Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. Hope you had a good New Year's Eve. Let me do that. Huh? What the fuck? One moment. Why is it grabbing? Why is it grabbing that screen? Huh? What the hell? Why is it doing that? Um We want that one. That's weird. Work now? Ah, now it works. Okay, cool. That was strange. No clue why I did that. It for some reason changed whatever screen it was grabbing the video from. For some weird ass fucking reason. Really strange. No clue why that happened. Anyways, we're back. Hope you had a good New Year's Eve, like I said. Hope you still got all your fingers. I actually slept through most of it, so I'm fine. I had been on like a relatively normal sleep schedule, actually, for a change. So I watched the fireworks show in Rotterdam on like the live stream, and then I had like a drink or two, and then at 1 a.m. I just passed out when everything was going absolutely crazy outside, and I just slept through it all, and then I woke up at like 4:30, and I was like, huh, people are still going. And I missed most of it, but hey, it's fine. It was actually good for a change. But now I'm kind of back at my normal sleep schedule again, so. Cool. I kind of feel like making maybe some minimal kind of drum and bass. I was doing a little bit of sound design this afternoon, and I was making a patch. This one. Let's see. I think there was yeah, there's a filter here. I think that's a high pass. Yeah, let's turn that one off. You still have all 11 fingers? Okay, good. Are you counting the third leg as a finger or what? Anyways, I was making a bit of a patch, and I think this one makes some pretty cool sounds. We might have to resample it because it's kind of randomized, so it's not really controllable. But it makes sounds that are a little bit something like this. It makes some cool sounds. Let me put the volume up a little bit for myself. But every time I play it, it's different because it's all moving around and there's a lot of stuff going on. But I figured maybe if we resample this one, we might have some cool sounds here. And I think changing the pitches of these oscillators is changing the sound ever so slightly, but not too much actually. It's mostly, I think, the processing that does the sound. I guess we can have a little look at what this patch does. So just have a sine wave, basically. Yeah, it makes like some cool screechy-ish kind of sounds. So we just have that, and then we're using this wavetable. Which sounds kind of weird like that. But there's a whole lot of stuff happening here. So this is the main sort of like movement, but there's some more stuff happening as well. I think there's something on the... Oh yeah, there's also a little bit of fine-tune movement here. So every time it goes up, it also goes up with a semitone, I believe. So it kind of gives it some weird-ass sort of like movement. And that's just running through a filter here. We have a little bit of reverb here as well, which is just... I would probably turn it off when I'm resampling it, and then put like the reverb back on the audio part of it. But for now, it's kind of something that we want. And then there's a whole lot of macros, and these kind of control like all kinds of different things. So this one, macro 1, controls the speed here. It's mostly really just this LFO shape that does all the movement, and all the other macros are kind of like set to random LFOs, and those are just moving the macros at random. So it's really just this one that does the gist of it, basically. So we got just some weird ass sounds, and then there's this one that controls the FM on this one, quite a lot actually. And that one doesn't have any pitch movement, so it creates like some weird tones as well. Because these are sort of like moving up a semitone, and this one doesn't, so it kind of creates some extra weird movement. And then there's of course the processing, so we're starting with just a shitload of distortion. And then it still doesn't really sound that screechy, but that's where these other sort of like two filters come in. They sort of like start boosting the frequencies, and then I guess we have this other one as well. And I believe one of the macros, forgot which one, is alternating between these, or is it one of these LFOs maybe? Something is alternating between... Oh yeah, so this LFO kind of when this one goes up, the other one goes down, so they're kind of highlighting different frequencies. You play a D, but it sounds like a D sharp. Yeah, I'm playing a D, exactly. But when this shape goes up, it bends up to a D sharp. And then we have some convolution, which isn't too important. We got a chorus, another distortion, And another chorus. Now, I guess I would probably layer this with its own sub. I'm not sure. Not really using that one. So maybe we do want to high pass it. Because the sub is kind of messed up, honestly. But we can high pass it later as well, so it might be nice to just leave the sub in for now. Let's see, what is controlling? Could maybe put that one up. That makes the sub better. I think another thing that could be cool to do is we have the movement on the pitch. What if we use another random LFO? And we're gonna put that on here. No, we're gonna put a macro on here, so macro 7. Do macro 7 on these. And let's do something like that. And then we'll map this one to macro 7 so that sometimes it will get the extra, so like the pitch going up, and otherwise it'll just stay at the same pitch. And then we'll just speed that up a little bit. Well, that makes sense because this is tuned up +7. And like moving this around kind of changes the sound a little bit. So these macros are all sort of like controlling different things. Let's see, we have macro 2 controlling LFO buzz. Oh, these are controlling the sort of like the bend of these shapes. Give it some different things. Do we have macro 2 controls LFO 3? Not sure what of LFO 3. Macro 2 controls LFO 3. Oh no, wait, LFO 3 controls macro 2. I'm stupid. Macro 2 it then controls something, probably in the effects. There's a lot of stuff going on. This weird thing here, which is this one shifts the pitch of one of the oscillators. Yeah, so macro 3 brings this up +7, so that makes it also up a fifth. Sub is alright actually. Maybe just chirp that on. So I think we'll use that today, but we first want to make some other stuff. Cool. Let's start with some kind of atmosphere or something. Might have like some cool patch in here that we can grab. Let's do all. Let's just sort this by rating. Let's just add a denote. Let's see what we got in here. Atmosphere. Let me also grab a MIDI pitch device so we can easily drop that an octave to see what we get. It's kind of a cool sound. Oh, that's a piano. My bad. Would like some cool atmosphere to start off with. What happens if we feed a chord into it? Something from one of these might be cool. Let's run it through some reverb as well to make it more atmospheric. Go with Palace maybe. Let's find some kind of a kick. What do we got with snares? Let's go with something higher. Might work. I think I want to go with something more like a clap or something. Let's see. Let's layer a couple of things. Usually works pretty well. See, we can throw some kind of a snare-ish layer in there. Something higher though. Let's add some more hat stuff. Let's see. Just gonna add this hat to a rack, and then we'll add some other hats as well. Just drop this one in here. Put them all in a rack. So we have that one in the intro. And then here we might still use that one, but use like some extra hat samples. It suddenly started raining out here. I hope you cannot hear it, but I'm gonna chuck a bunch of these in here. You can? Okay. Cool. Just add a little bit of this on here. Should be enough for now. I made a rack that should make the drums sort of like wider. But it still kind of works in mono as well, so only might be a... Let's add a little bit of EQ here. Get rid of a little bit of the high frequencies here. There we go. Where does that kick start frequency-wise? I actually don't know. I just grabbed the kick from my samples. But it does seem to be relatively low. Millimeter says about A1, but it's kind of difficult to see in millimeters, honestly. It's not too important, and we can change it later if we have to. Might make something like that later, but for now let's see if we can find a better sound here, because I don't really like this one. Also let's grab... Do we have a bit of a... I remember going through Omnisphere and just bouncing a bunch of sounds out of it, like this. That one is kind of interesting. Sound is resonant as fuck. Let's see what happens if we chuck a soothe on here. Okay, that works. Let's go and maybe do that. And let's move these down here. Let's see, might just want to continue with this hat here. Maybe we want to make it like that. Then we might want to have a little gap here. Something like that. I still don't like the atmosphere, but I'm just gonna duplicate this one. Any of you come across NXX yet? No? What's that? We might also use like a couple of different atmospheres and just build like one bigger one out of it. That usually works pretty well. Yeah? Hello? Ableton, come on. Why are you not doing anything? Okay, there we go. What the hell? Of course it doesn't save that when we duplicate this. Let's see if there's another good one in here. That one is actually much nicer. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Let's grab. I'm working on a pack with that should be on Patreon soon. I already made a ton of them. I don't think we're gonna need like an actual riser here, more like some kind of a reverse sound, honestly. But I have made 50 risers that are gonna be on Patreon soon. I made them all in the key of C, but that's kind of fine. You know, you just grab one, and you can just stretch it to wherever you want it to end. And then, because it's in C, if you just pitch it up 2 semitones, then it should work. In this case, because we're in D. And it's just 50 different ones of them, so you can just, you know, just try it out, different ones, and see what kind of fits. Okay, I do kind of like this atmosphere, so let's just bounce this track in place. We can also just cut it short like that. And then obviously if you don't like it, you just grab a different one. And then for some reason it's doing this. I don't know why that happens, but... And so you have like a bunch of different ones, but I'm also making a bunch more that are kind of doing similar thing, but they're not rising in pitch. So you would get more stuff like this one. Why is it doing that the entire time? Let's turn loop off. Maybe that works. So these are just similar, but they don't really rise in pitch. So it's more like a reversed kind of thing to build tension. And I think I'll do 50 of those as well. I made 15 so far. So as soon as I have 50 of them, don't know why it does that every time. When I have 50 of them, then I'll just put this back on Patreon. So you'll have like 100 sort of like sounds to put in your build-ups to kind of build tension. They're all pretty simple sounds, but it kind of works to put in the background. See, so they're all kind of like that kind of stuff. We kind of need a vocal for now, something, but I really don't fancy looking for one. Let's see, do we want to maybe add some reverb to this snare? Well, if you have a vocal, send it to me. I really can't be asked looking for one right now. That's gonna take a lot of time to find something that's good, you know? Let's see, do we wanna... maybe automate something in here? We actually need some reverb on this thing to begin with. Let's do that first. Give this a bit more. Probably come back to that later. We don't have any sub bass yet. Let's go back to our to this sound. We have some stuff here now, so we can start working on this. Yeah, I kind of would like a vocal sample to put in here just for the time being. We got some.
Bust through armor doors. I make you bounce if you ain't ready for the roar. Keep the peace while I'm now. Open your eye. Yo, I got the heavy ammunition cause some flex.
I mean, classic. Classic vocal sample.
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. The heavy. I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
That'll work for now.
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
Maybe we'll pitch it down a little.
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. Tech.
No audio? What are you talking about?
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
It should be audio.
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
Maybe we'll bring this in halfway here. What if we low pass it instead?
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
I think it definitely needs a couple of layers, but for now it'll work.
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech.
Yeah, classic vocal. At least we have something there, you know?
I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition. I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition cause some flexi with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition. ammunition cause I'm flexy with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Yeah, sure. Let's go and do a little bit of resampling with this one. I kind of want to have some sounds now that we can use. That might spark some more inspiration with that. Let's go and make another track here. And I'm gonna pick the audio from this track and let's just do post mixer of that group without the reverb. And now we just record some of these sounds. Goes a little bit fast here. Let's see. What was controlling the rate? Macro 1. Yeah, you should probably name your macros, yeah. Make some cool sounds every once in a while. Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff now. We might make some more later, but look, we already got plenty. So let's find the good bits. I'm just gonna copy the reverb back over here. Let's see if we have some good sounds in here. Like every once in a while, there's ones that sound more crunchy than other times, which is kind of what I'm after, I guess. Like that one, for instance, has like pretty cool sound. Those are pretty cool. I guess that one is also pretty cool. Ah, yeah, right here as well. That one is cool. I guess this whole part is kind of nice. Kind of cool sounds there. That first one is really nice. What comes after it isn't that good. Kind of cool. That one is weirdly cool. See, like that stuff. Spudderfant. Like those are kind of cool, but not really that usable, honestly. That one is kind of interesting. A bit lower pitched, but come on. That part is just nice. Might be able to make something out of those. That one is cool. See, that one is a lot more usable, actually. Just save that whole section. See the difference here? That like this one, there's only a very short amount of that screechy part, but it has a crunchy tone compared to. Well, these are kind of good too, but these parts, they don't really have much of a crunch to it. If the best word is, you can kind of see it in the waveform as well. Like this one has a more rounded kind of shape, whereas this one, when we zoom in on it, you can actually see it's more like squarish here, and that creates that sort of like crunchier sound, even though it's a really short bit. That does tend to sound pretty good. let's just put that aside and put that aside maybe. Yeah, I think the short bits could actually work pretty well. So that, again, yeah, see, it goes more square in that part. Which is why it sounds a bit more crunchy, which is kind of what we're after, I guess. Yes. Even though it's short, kind of cool. That's also pretty nasty. That's pretty cool. Yo, why don't you just... Well, let's just include that part. Sure if that's gonna be useful, but... What if you make a long wavetable from the longer ones and FM it with a square? Yeah, you could make a wavetable out of these. That should be pretty easy. And Happy New Year, Numocron. That's another pretty cool bit. That section is kind of cool, but it's also not as usable, I think. It's kind of cool, though. You could easily turn that into a wavetable. Maybe some cool short ones. It's almost like a weird ass fucking bark. Like some of these actually do kind of sound like a barking sound. Do you get what I mean? Like that one again as well, at the end. Cool. So we have a bunch of ones now. Let's drag these to here. And then we're gonna drag them back. Remove all of those. Now we got a whole section. I love this one. I think now I haven't heard the snare in a little bit, and now I think the snare absolutely sucks. So we're gonna need a different snare, that's for sure. And I might high pass these and then add just like a different sub. Because they can kind of be mid-range, so like element, I guess. Although it works with sub too, but Yeah, what are we gonna make with this? Let's think. Yeah, definitely need some kind of clap layer for sure. Damn.
Blacktronics donated 50 €. Mary Snares, put a dunk on that spatter font or whatever. Iduke, grab some beers, buy some cables, get tangled in the cables while drunk from the beer.
What the fuck? It completely butchered that message. Thanks, Blacktronics, for the 50 euros. I have to actually go and check what you said. Mary Snaremus, put a dunk on that sputter vent or whatever. I don't know, grab some beers, buy some cables, get tangled in the cables while drunk from the beers. Make sure to flip the USB 3 times so it actually goes in though. Yeah, I will. Thanks for the 50. Let's see, do we have some good claps? Instead of shitty ones like that. That's not a clap. What the fuck? I'm in a folder called claps and I get that. A higher than some rights. Right. No idea who made this pack, but... I guess maybe the creators of the website, stayonbeat.com. I'll just chuck a couple of ones in here again. Yeah, you've drawn the what is that? What do they say? What is the saying? You've drawn the short end of the something, or the long end. I don't know. You've had a good year. That's easier. Let's just do that. The short end of the sticks. Yeah, right. That's what I was looking for. I'm pretty sure I grabbed two different samples, but that sounds like the same sample. It is the same sample. Okay. Get rid of that one. Okay, what does that sound like with a little bit of reverb as well? Do convolution. That's a bit much. It's kind of good. I'm just thinking what could be cool for a drop, honestly. Let's do some more sound design.
Heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech. I got the heavy ammunition. I got the heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech. Heavy ammunition, cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Oh yeah, there was reverb on that group. I'm like, huh?
I got the heavy ammunition cause I'm flexy with the tech.
Yeah, beautiful. Let's see. I mean, I know that this would be a sound. Let's see. Let's bring this down. This wavetable just works really well for like minimal kind of drum and bass, honestly. It's basically a sub, but then when you bring it up a little, you get that sound. So it usually works pretty well. Shut up. Can you soft clip that? Yes. But let's see. Let's see if we can find something cool in here. There was a wavetable here that I kind of liked. Which one was it again? I think it was this one, right? That I used for the other sound. Yeah. That one is kind of cool. But there was another one that had a bit of a... Yeah, I think it was this one. Might be a bit too high, but... Let's see. Honestly, I think that sound by itself kind of works as a sub. Why is that? This note is longer than... Ah, yeah, it's longer. Can we... Oh yeah, we can open this up. Nice. Let's do... maybe give it 16. Then we want to go to here. And we're not really using that one, so... I don't think we need an extra oscillator, honestly, on this sound. Just a sub, I guess. Let's go and do... Just add a sidechain to this group real quick. Right. What does that want to do? I'm thinking about what kind of groove would be nice. I mean, we can add some stuff to here. Let's see. Oh, well, we have this here, so that's whatever. It's not really gonna come through because this is really low pass. Let's see. Let's just mute that for now. Right, so we have that back. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, my bad. I wanted to turn you back on. Because it's a nice sub, so we could use that as a sub, but then we need something else. Definitely want that in front of it. Also, we're hearing the sidechain the entire time. Wish there was a filter built into that, but can do this, I guess. Come on, go there. There's actually some cool sounds happening there. what if we add a little bit more? Let's also maybe give this that. Get a bit more movement on that. It's a similar sound as what we started with, but built around 120 hertz. Actually, it sounds pretty cool around like this area as well. But...
Flexi with the tech.
Okay. Okay. Why is it not showing that? Why am I not seeing that on here? Okay. Okay. Why can we not automate that? I mean, we can add a macro to it, but I would love to just be able to automate this knob. Why is that not possible? Is Ableton bugged? Let me check. Let's do that for a moment. Let me restart Ableton. Sometimes that happens with Ableton, where it will just bug out and it will not want to show any of those things. At least that was the case for Serum 1. I'm not sure if that's still the case in Serum 2, but... Let's restart. Let's load the project. Come on, you can do it. Okay, can we automate it now? No. Huh? Okay, that's kind of messed up. So you can only automate that by putting a macro on it. I mean, that's fine, but I would have expected, like, Theorem, like Steve, to be like her. I want people to be able to automate everything. So can we not do that for any of the things here? I don't think so. So nothing in the effects panel we can automate unless we add it to a macro. That's kind of stupid, kind of annoying. I just checked, it doesn't catch it. No, it seems to be like that. That's kind of annoying. Because in Serum 1, you would at least be able to automate all of those things. I guess because, like a plugin, I think the maximum amount of automatable parameters that it automatically shows is 128. And because you can add an endless amount of these effects, I don't even know what the total amount is. That is why, maybe? But still, it's kind of annoying. I mean, it's fine. You can just do that and put a macro on that with the full range, and then we should be fine, you know? Call it comb, and then we can put it anywhere. But then the other thing is you don't see the hertz values, right? Whereas here you would see the hertz values. That's kind of annoying. Now I do think... Wait, I have an idea. Because we have this as the first effect. So, theoretically, we should just be able to put it here. Then we can automate it. Yeah, and then it's automatable. So, which one were we using? The minus or the plus? Minus. Was it being modulated by something? I guess it was being modulated by alpha 1. Just a tiny bit. filter 1 frequency. And we had, oh yeah, we had some drive as well. So that is, I think the reason is just going to be because there's, you know, you're going to run out of sort of like options for parameters to be automatable. Because like some plugins, if you open up the panel here, it will just show all the parameters of the plugin. And I believe the ones that can show up here are like the maximum amount, I believe is 128. And because you can just add like, you know, you can add like a shit ton of the same of every effect. So you can basically add like a lot of effects that accounts to way more than 128 parameters. So I guess that is why he made it this way. But coming from Serum 1, that's kind of annoying because in Serum 1, you know, you could just automate every parameter straight off the bat. Serum should just ship with its internal effects as plugins. That would actually be interesting. Yeah. That would actually be interesting. Now, I do know that you have, of course, Serum effects. But I do wonder what it's like in Serum effects. I assume it would be the same. But yeah, it's probably going to be the same, actually, because you can then still automate these things as well, so it's going to be the exact same. Like, none of this will show up. No, it also doesn't show up. But I'm pretty sure if we would have Serum 1, or even Serum Effects 1, which I don't have installed. Oh yeah, I do. And we load up some device. You know, right away you can see even this is automatable. The on-off switch. And then any of these, yeah, see, these are just all automatable parameters. So that's kind of annoying that you cannot do that straight off the bat. But it's fine. But yeah, I do agree. Like the one, you know, the one plus side is though is that you have the modulators that you can use. Like a little tangent. Ableton does have modulators, of course, but I really wished Ableton would put some more work into their modulators. They're all basically relying on Max for Live, and while Max for Live is great, it also really uses quite a bit of CPU. Like, it doesn't like if you just bring in one sort of like LFO modulator or something, it doesn't use a ton of CPU, but it uses more CPU than it should. Like if you use an LFO in like a synth or something, it never uses as much CPU as the ones that come with Ableton. So if you only use one or two, it's fine. But if you really start using a lot of the modulators, and you have like a shit ton in one project, it's going to use up a lot of CPU. And I don't know why Ableton doesn't just, you know, like I don't know why they don't just make them native devices and why they keep relying on them as like Max for Live devices. Because it's just, it uses a lot of CPU for no reason that it shouldn't. And that goes not just for the LFO, but for all of the modulators. Like, basically all of them use Max for Live. Like if we bring in the CC control, like that one is a Max for Live device. Sure, it's sort of like natively implemented now. Well, not really. It's just that it comes with Ableton, but under the hood, it's technically still a Max for Live device. Like I'm not sure if we can we can edit it. We cannot, but you can see here, copy Max for Live path. So it is a Max for Live device. And I don't know why they don't just turn these all into native devices. Like, if they ship with Ableton when you get it, or they are part of like one of the packs that you can download, not the third-party packs that they have on their own website, but there's like a couple of packs that you can just download as like, you know, devices that sort of like expand Ableton, but they're kind of seen as native devices. At least Ableton kind of promotes them a bit that way, you know. But then they still keep them as sort of like Max for Live devices, and the same goes for like the envelope follower, the expression control, the LFO, the shaper. You know, all of those devices are kind of all just Max for Live devices, and it's annoying as fuck because it just uses CPU for no reason. You know. Turn them into native devices. That would be so much better. And I don't know why they don't. There's so many people that have said the same thing, because you really start noticing it. Like, if you have like a ton of them in one project, and then it'll just slow the project down, and to a point where it's just like, it's not really usable anymore. That's gonna be an issue across any DAW? What do you mean? There's no reason why they should use that much CPU. Like, like, I don't use it, but the best DAW that the DAW that best implements modulation devices is Bitwig, in my opinion. Like, I don't use it, but I've seen enough people that use it, and the way Bitwig implements it is just the way to go, you know? Oh, you're talking about Serum. Yeah, we're talking about modulators now. We're having a little rant about why Ableton doesn't change that. Like, sure, I get it. Like, if it's like a third-party Max for Live device, then I get it, you know, that it's a Max for Live device. But at least, like, the LFOs and stuff, make those, like, native devices. That would be so much nicer. And same thing with, like, for instance, what is it? Some of the instruments, because some of the instruments are also Max for Live devices. Sure, they sort of like, they release them in a way where like, oh, Ableton Live 12 point whatever it was now has an updated version of Granulator. And sure, you have to, I believe you have to download the pack for Granulator, but it's still a Max for Live device. You can see it right here. That icon that sits right here. That is the icon for a Max for Live device. So why don't they just turn that into a native device? Just do that. And I think the other thing is as well is that Ableton always has Max running in the background, and that is probably for that reason, that they need Max for all of the devices that are sort of like using Max for Live under the hood, which I kind of get, but at the same time, I'm like, it's just unneeded processing power that gets used. Fucking hell, I'm making a mess out here. I think people in chat are now talking about two different things. Electronics is still talking about VST, and we are talking about Max for Life. It's fine though. Max for Life is really powerful, don't get me wrong, like, it's super powerful. And it's actually really interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. But I don't think it should be used for, like, the devices that sort of, like, come with Ableton, if you get what I mean. That are, like, devices that are basically promoted in a way as, like, hey, this is part of Ableton, you should probably use these, right? Like I said, like the LFO device and stuff like that. I don't think that those should be a Max for Life device. Like, I get it as like a sort of like a programming thing that people can use to create extra effects. Yeah, great, perfectly fine. You know, because you're not gonna spam your entire project file with instances of that, right? You're just gonna use one or two maybe here and there. But like if it's like the modulators, like LFOs and envelope followers and stuff like that, people might want to use those quite a bit in a project, right? And the thing is just that I wouldn't recommend it because I've actually had it plenty of times where I was working in a project and I was using a ton of like the modulators, and at some point it's just using a lot of CPU and I'm like scratching my head like, what the fuck is going on? Why is my project using this much CPU? And then I start, you know, like bouncing stuff to audio and I'm like, wait, when I bounce this track to audio, it suddenly uses like half of the CPU. What the fuck is going on? I'm like, well, I used like 3 or 4 LFOs on that track that I was using to move a couple of knobs around, and without them, it suddenly uses a lot less CPU. And I'm like, okay. And if I then, for instance, let's say it's a serum patch, right? And I have a couple of macros in the serum patch setup, and I'm using a bunch of the Ableton LFO modulators to move those macros around. It would be using a lot of CPU for no reason. And then if I replace those LFOs with just the LFOs inside Serum, it uses like almost no CPU. And the reason is that it is Max for Life. That's just the communication between Ableton and Max for Life, sort of like, or Ableton and Max probably is what I should say. Something there is increasing the CPU use with quite a bit. I know it is embedded in Ableton, but there is something still there that just causes more CPU than you would want. I wish that whole thing was more optimized, you know? That's the main thing. But like, you can do some really cool stuff in Max for Life. Like, I've got a couple of devices. For instance, this thing, like, where are we gonna put this on? We need some kind of a sound real quick. Some kind of a sound. Do we have a loop or something? Something that we can chuck in here. Melody loops. Okay, well these are cymatics loops, but yeah, cool. Something with a lot of stuff. That is 140. Okay, let's put that at 140. And let's just go and just go here. So like stuff like this is a really cool device. And I get like, you can make some really cool stuff with Max for Life. Like, look at it. Like, it's basically just almost a plugin at this point. I haven't used it in a while. Let's see, where was the speed? So you can do some really cool stuff with it. And like one of those devices, I mean, we're just at 8% CPU, so it doesn't really use much, but the moment you start adding like a ton of them, it does, and it's kind of annoying. This device is actually really cool. I forgot who made it. Oh yeah, Shop by Blair. That's the website where you can get it. Basically like a spectral kind of device. But I don't know, like for stuff like that, I guess it's cool. It's fine. But then the Ableton built-in modulators, I just wish that they would actually turn that into regular devices. Actually wonder if we can see the increase in CPU happening if we have a couple of them. Well, hey. What a better way to show how unstable they are. I guess I rest my case. Great. I just added 2 LFOs. Oh, Ableton. Well, that's why I was ranting about that. And that is why they should be turned into native devices that just are built into Ableton itself and not rely on Max for Life. It's not like my CPU was spiking or anything that caused it. They're just buggy as fuck. Yeah, like, come on. That shouldn't be happening. Also, guys, I don't know why, but I have a bit of a writer's block today. What are we gonna do? First of all, restart Ableton. Come on. The Windows version of Ableton is far more unstable than OS X in my experience. I wouldn't know because I don't use Mac. I don't have Mac, so I wouldn't know. Make noise. Oh, it didn't save that either. Nice. That's another thing I hate with Ableton sometimes. Is that it doesn't always save the things that you were doing. When it crashes. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make much of a tune today. Just from the feeling of how this has been going so far. Let's just make a couple more patches or something. Or we could see if we can open up another project. I was working on one not too long ago that I kind of liked what it was turning into, but which one was it? What about physical modeling in Serum? Guess could be possible. I'm not the best when it comes to physical modeling stuff, honestly. I also don't think Serum would be the best thing for that kind of job. It would be possible, but there's probably other things that would be better for it. Was this the project, actually? Did I just open up the right one immediately? I think so. I think at this point with this one I'm kind of stuck on the bass as well, like usual. I like basically that section, so like these hits I do like. But it needs something more. Should we just do a couple of more bass sound design things then? Why not? Let's just do that. What bothers you the most about the track in its current state? The lack of a good bass line. Jesus Christ, Ableton, what the fuck are you doing today? Is it crashing again? Well, at least it's not responding. For fuck's sake. What's my CPU doing now? Oh, it's completely fine. It really is Ableton. Yeah, we'll close you down. It's usually the one thing that I'll have when I'll be making a tune. The one thing I usually get stuck with is the bass line, honestly. And it's not that I cannot make bass sounds, because I can. But then usually when I'm working on a tune, I'll have like one part that I'll be like, oh, that's cool. And then from there I'll be like, and now what? And then I'll start adding stuff. And then I might come up with some more cool sounds, but not the ones that fit the vibe that I'm going for. Or that I want to go for, if you get what I mean. Able done. Yeah, exactly. I need a fucking drink. I need a fucking shot of whiskey to deal with this shit today. I actually bought myself a new whiskey. I bought it for New Year's Eve, but then I fell asleep at 1 a.m. while the fireworks were going off, and I woke up at 4:30 and New Year's Eve was kind of done, and I was like, oh, great. Bought a bottle of whiskey for New Year's Eve, and then I didn't even open it. So, cheers. I'll have one tonight. No, I bought myself a nice Japanese whiskey again. €600 for a bottle of whiskey is fucked up, man. I'm sorry, but that's fucked up. You can get really crazy. I remember looking online, and there was this website that is here in the Netherlands, and they sell basically almost any kind of alcoholic drink that you would want. And they had one bottle of Japanese whiskey that was selling for like 32,000 euros, and I was like, what the fuck, mate? Who the fuck buys that? Like, who the fuck buys that? Isn't absinthe a thing in Amsterdam? I don't fucking know. I don't think absinthe is necessarily something that is that popular in the Netherlands. Yeah, the bottle that I bought was just like, what, 60-ish? 60, 70? 60, I believe. Something like that. And it's fine, you know, it's just a good whiskey. Nothing too spectacular. Like, I'm not gonna spend like, well, like the one most expensive one that I saw on there was like 32,000. I was like, what the fuck, mate? Now, granted, yeah, sure, it was like an 18-year-old whiskey, but still. I'm not sure if like actual absinthe is allowed in the Netherlands. There might be like some like well, you know, like the sort of like things that they call absinthe, but it's not actually absinthe, if you get what I mean. I did not want to open that. I wanted to open up a serum. So we can also do FM from other things, right? Yeah. So what if we load up some kind of sound in here? Let's do a flute in the spectral thing. Okay. So we can actually FM from that as well. I'm kind of curious what is going to happen if we do that. Let's just create a little track here. Do that, so we have a sub bass. And now we can FM from this sound. Let's set that to forward loop. Why not? Let's set it to forward, backwards loop with no fade. And then we can use the spectral modulation things here. So let's say, I don't know, just do... Yeah, come on. Why aren't you not... For fuck's sake. There we go. Why does it keep changing its size? That's annoying. Can you just stay like that? Snap off. Can we lock it somehow? We cannot. Okay. We'll just turn loop off. It's kind of cool that we can FM from that. And then I wonder if we add something here, does that also affect the FM? It does. Not sure what I would do with it, but... It's interesting that you can do that. But then, like, I'm not sure what I would actually use it for. Like, that's almost even more usable, you know? Like, just using that as a layer. And then distorting the fuck out of it. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's like a filter or something. Pretty easy to make a foghorn with this, honestly. Really all you need, right? That's what I mean. Change the sample and it sounds different. But then why, if I bring it one octave down, it doesn't do anything anymore? Like that does something and then we bring it to -3. And it just doesn't do anything. Kinda weird. So if we send this to, let's do none, and let's send that to bus 1, then we should be able to change that. Let's use this thing. So, another thing, because if you want to use it as a bass thing, it might be smart to just make it mono right here, because I think the sample has stereo. Because we're gonna add width anyway, because of the chorus and the reverb and such. So that should make it a little bit better in mono as well. And now I wonder if we use this thing. Is that doing something? Range. Crank that up a bit. Why is it getting higher? Oh yeah, we have this direction thing. How did that work again? If we bring that up. Now we have a range that's too big. Let's just do that. Yeah, so now we can change that. Yeah, now we're getting really weird sounds. Let's do we can use this one. Can we send you through the same? Okay. That sounds like shit. Let's go to here and let's... Or what happens if we add you? I wonder if we can add noise in a different way. What if we use this and we turn this off? We can use the noise as a modulation source on something. Let's see what happens. Let's do... What are we gonna modulate? I'm gonna modulate the cutoff here with the noise. Let's see what happens. Noise oscillator. Yeah, okay, let's do that. See, then we also get noise. Kinda unusable though. I hoped it was gonna be more interesting. Now we're getting back into elephant territory. Wait, we can FM the spectral thing? What? What's that gonna do? See? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, boys. Yeah, I figured that out myself. Wait, what is controlling the level of that? It's this. Then why am I hearing it for that long? Why is it still making sound that long? Huh? Is it because of this reverb? I guess. Ah, okay, it's the compressor as well. I'm still hearing reverb though. Or is it me? Ah, wait, we have more reverb here. I'm so fucking stupid. Weren't there... We have hybrid textures. What is that gonna do? Ooh. What? Yo, cheers, mate. Good rest of the day. Or what are you gonna do? Prep dinner. Well, have fun prepping dinner. I should probably add the compressor here. You can kind of hear the weird things coming from the spectral thing. Even though it's already quiet at this point. Such a weird fucking sound. Kind of a cool sound still, though. Save, yeah. I probably should save this one in the folder of other sounds. There, we can go and put it right there. Gonna make a Reese? Why not? Another way to do this would be to just leave this like that, and then use some kind of an oscillator. Doesn't really matter probably what, and we'll fine tune that one, but then also put it up an octave or something, and then use FM, or I guess what is that? Phase distortion. You know what I wish you could do? I know that this is is wishful thinking, but know how when you detune one oscillator to another, you get this movement, right? How cool would it be if you could automatically capture that movement as a modulation source? So that when you map something to another knob, it would automatically know, like, oh, it's detuned at this rate, so it's sort of like creating this speed of movement. Here you have a modulator that is exactly that speed of movement. That would be so fucking sick. Yeah, sure, but like that was just the brain fart that I had. I mean, we can just check what happens if we put this on here for shits and giggles. You could also apply note on LFO rate and LFO notch modulation between. Yeah, I know, but it's always finicky, you know? It's always, you have to sort of like finicky it around to get it to sound in the right speed. How awesome would it be if it would just automatically be able to do that? That would be so cool. Yeah, true. I wish we had multiple instances of the note thing. That would be really helpful. For sure. Like, if I now want this to follow the movement that it has, I would have to sort of like set this to hertz and then put a note modulator on here and then see if I can sort of like get it to be so like the same rate, which is going to be really annoying. Sure, it's possible, but it's kind of annoying. Like, it's definitely possible, but... What I do prefer is that we don't get any phasing between the wet and the dry sound if you use the multiband compressor. Like on some multiband compressors, if you would then and if you have like a dry wet or you create a dry wet with like a rack or something, you would hear the phasing between like the wet signal and the dry signal, which is really annoying. But with this one, you don't. Nice sound. I never use these ring mod filters. Absolutely never use those. You know what another thing was that I wish that we had in these phases? Know how some phases allow you to sort of like squeeze the peaks and the notches in the phaser, and you get like a knob that allows you, because we still have like the free variation knob here that some on a lot of the other filters does something. On the phasers it doesn't do anything. I wish that that would allow you to just squeeze and so like bend the shape of that phaser, of this shape, like some other phasers do. That would be really cool. This one definitely makes some cool sounds now. Yeah, there's loads of phases that actually allow you to do that. And I wish that that was an option in these phases. That would be really nice. And since there's still a free knob here, why don't Steve just add it, please? We want that. That would be sick. Yeah, there's other plugin. I think Vital also does that for the phaser. I think. I could be wrong, but Okay, so that doesn't... That's another thing. It doesn't change the speed if we go up here. Which is a shame. So the note modulator doesn't take into account the pitch bend. No, see, the note thing just stays on the same spot. We could, if we add mod source pitch bend. Oh, yeah, mod source pitch bend. And then we probably want to move that down a bit. Then it also starts moving the speed of the LFO. Oh yeah, that's the bug that I found last time. You cannot move the splitter device in the chain. It's so weird. Like, why can I not just drag this up and down? I can clearly put the distortion below it. Like, I can just move the distortion below it, and it works. Why can I not just click and drag the whole splitter device? Let's get rid of that rack. This distortion mode is really goated though, the overdrive. It just makes everything loud. But in a good way. Like, see how sort of like messed up the volume of the sound is? In some areas it's really loud, other areas it's not. This distortion mode just flattens it. It just turns everything into a sausage. If we go to the tube, for instance, you can see we kind of keep that shape. And sure, we can crank this up. Oh, wait. The distortion was turned off. See, it kind of also does it, but we really have to go up a lot, and it also sort of like, I don't know, it really distorts the hell out of it, whereas most of these do actually, but the overdrive, I don't know, it just also adds, it keeps a bit of sub. We don't even have to go up all that much. We can also just stack a couple of these. And I feel like usually 1 or 2 is already more than enough. The only thing that you do get sometimes is that attack, which can also be a plus, you know? You can add like a little punch at the start of the sound, but it can also be annoying. Yeah, it literally, if you look at the spectrogram here, you can literally see at the start of the sound we're just creating a kick drum. See that? That's just a kick drum. A kick drum followed by a Reese. Let's just save this Reese. Let's make another sound. Let's distort it first, so we can hear what that does. Okay. Let's see what else we get. Add one of these. Let's add. Almost never use these. Okay. Why does that sound so heavy? it's just slamming into there. Okay, but that's fine. Oh. What do we call that? Don't really have. It's kind of like a stab, but also a sub. Let's just do that. Yeah, I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. We made some more sounds. I'll be back again next week, and I think next week is... I think we're gonna do feedback. Because it was actually the first Friday of the month today, but I didn't prepare for the feedback thing, so maybe next week. And then we'll listen to some tunes again. I'll have to make a post in the Discord for it. Might be fun to do next week. So keep an eye on the Discord. Link is not in the chat, I think. But I'll put it there. Join using that link, and then somewhere in the upcoming week I will post a little thing in the feedback. What is it? The live stream feedback submission channel, and you will be able to add your tracks after that. And then next week we'll listen to some tunes and give some feedback. And if you wanna support me, and I will try to upload it this weekend, the pack with the risers on Patreon. Although I still have to make... What? I have 65 now. I want to do 100. So I have to make... What is that? 35 more. Not sure if I'm going to be able to pull that off this weekend. But if I do, then I'll put them up on Patreon. So check out the Patreon if you want those. Link will be in the chat as well. I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I'm not really getting anywhere with a tune today. We did make a couple of more patches that I can use. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. I'll be back again next week. So, hope to see you all then. Thanks for being here. And I will see you all in the next one. Peace.